Dancing rabbit. Yeah. Is hello. Okay. Hi everyone. I like to talk a little. You can chat just a little bit. Oh, thank you.
Almost a year now.
Thank you. It has been almost a year. Thanks for supporting me for a year. Let me just. I wanna pin a message. in in that. And it looks like the multi chat is actually working now. The Switch is showing up. That's good. Okay. Mm, close that. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to start a stream a little bit earlier to make sure that I had enough time to finish it. This should work, right? Why is it not working? Where's the fish? Where's the fish? It says that it's on though. Let me try it. Yes, hi, hello. Oh, hello. It's Campo. Thanks for becoming a pack rabbit. What was I doing? Yes, I want to fix the fish. But it says that it's on though. Like it's literally open. So that's not a problem on my part. But, but ish. Hmm. It, it. Why is it not? Hmm. There you go. Hmm. And I'll just close it and open it again. There you go. It should work now. Number. No fish. Huh, That's weird. It's not working. I guess it's broken. That is unfortunate. Leave it like that? I have no idea why it's not. Oh, hello, Hagwild. Hi. Temporary chat box. I'm so confused. Not like I wanted to fish or anything. I'm sorry, radio. Oh, wait. Hang on. I think I might. think I might be able to fix it. Let me try something. Okay. I think it works now. I think it should work now. I sense scuff? Not really. yes, yeah, it works. Okay, let's go. Fixed it. Alright. Thank you for the head pat. I will put that. Yeah, okay. Now, I've enough enough playing around. Let's actually play the game. At lunchtime the next day, everybody in class was talking about Rena's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everybody else. I do wonder where she went. She's fine. Definitely. Someone said that she was demoned away. How can they say such things? I can't believe their nerve. Keiichi-san, you look down today. Meep. Satoko and Rika-chan noticed something odd about my attitude. I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Rena told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That last sentence bit into my heart, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion, Satoko and Rika-chan too. I have something I need to talk to you about. Is it about Erna? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it because they were my friends. But I didn't know what I was expecting to change by doing so. Hello, Laughingstock. How are you? Usually don't see you around at this time. How are you? They might despise me. Was there any benefit in telling them? Can't believe after all that Subway Surfers wasn't on screen. Anyway, I just finished a 12-hour shift. Gotta go to bed. Have a nice stream. Oh, mayhaps I should put the Subway Surfers brain rot on the stream. Maybe that will increase viewership. You might be cooking there. Sleep well. I'm doing good. Yeah, I was not doing the best the past couple of days, but I think it's because I wasn't sleeping enough. But I feel now that I've gotten like a couple nights of like decent sleep, I feel a lot better. No, there wasn't. I knew that for sure. But I still wanted to tell them about it because I thought it'd help me. I thought it'd help heal the pain I was feeling. What is this about, Keiichi-san? Well, it's the truth about myself. I'd appreciate it if you listened to me. It's about what happened to me before I moved here. I was the kind of guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on the other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. It felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Hello, Hazen. Welcome. Before I knew it, not only was I the top of my class, I was the top of my school. So I started to think I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them in my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everyone expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to do the best. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself in thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people, while the burden of studying didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teacher started to push me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes, I was average in a fight, I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention, so when I found something I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. It happened to be studying for me, but if it was riding a unicycle or juggling, I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than everybody else. I finished all of my summer homework because my parents praised me for it, and I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were, so I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence, or if I was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. I took an interest in BB guns. At first, I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that. But soon, I started wanting to do something I should have never done. On the box my BB gun came in was a warning label that read, "Do not shoot at people." That was when I thought about doing just that. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying anymore, but I forced myself to do so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore. But I didn't have the courage to do that. So, I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB gun. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good doing something bad when I was so overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As long as the kids passed through a deserted street, They met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That's all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started to shoot until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. I study a lot. I'm doing something good. So I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good I am doing. That was the unbelievably selfish excuse I made. I thought I had the right to do things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought people who weren't suffering, like I was, deserved to be shot at and to get hurt a little bit. I was so selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at that time, I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard I'd knocked out all my teeth. They started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everyone about the case and to warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. The PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way home from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in that game I was playing. I didn't think that I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking on a narrow, dark street all alone. She was a very small girl. I didn't know if she was on her way to her friend's house or if she was running an errand. I didn't care which. It was careless of her to go out alone. The school had warned her not to, so it was her fault. Like always, I made a selfish excuse and attacked her. Some of the shots hit her in the back, and she noticed she was attacked by somebody. She turned around. It was a natural reaction. At that time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot at a kid, she'd cry in pain and run away. But this girl was different. She thrashed around in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. Lunar bait Pokemon. Is that a Lopunny? I feel like Lopunny is the most Gunner bait. Worse? What's worse than Lopunny? Is it Vaporeon? Hello, Mr. Manager. Oh, fuck, Gardevoir, of course. I was gonna get to that eventually. But Gardevoir deserves better. The absolutely depraved things people draw of Lopunny, Vaporeon, and Gardevoir needs to be studied. That's not okay. I think that's a sickness. I think there's something worse wrong with you that's worse than being a gooner. I don't know what it is. It's something. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. The BB had hit her right in the eye. It says because I like Gardevoir, but I can't tell people. Right? Because Gardevoir genuinely has a very pretty design. And she's a good Pokemon to use. Same with Vaporeon. No, I can't. Now I don't wanna. Now I don't wanna have a Vaporeon on my team because I feel weird about it. Ugh. Until that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time, I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to a hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay, and I worried if she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her, and I didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book into my room, and studied the structure of the human eye. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew I wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less if I found out that she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Before dawn, I woke up my parents and confessed to my sin. They were shocked at first, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly, due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically, and my dad slapped me in the face until it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself into the police, accompanied by my parents. Satoko stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. Hello, Cha-Cha. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that. Is that all true? Yes, it's all true. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now. What made you want to tell us? You don't ask me. Rika-chan nodded in agreement. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No. I'm just saying I don't see any reason why you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends, so I couldn't hide it from you anymore. What are you expecting us to do? I'm not expecting anything. If you're asking for forgiveness, I can't give it to you. I don't know, stab me or something. Oh no. Atonement? I don't know. Something. You have to ask the kids you attacked if you want that. It won't help to tell us about it. That is true. Like, what's done is done. Yeah. I can read you guys better. Okay, there you go. It won't help any to tell us about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't understand what you want to do from here on out. I don't want to do anything. I just thought It's not right to keep secrets from my friends. My friends looked annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took it as bitter medicine. I got what I deserved. Kyo-chan, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, but I really don't agree. I don't agree either. You and Enrica obviously disagreed with my statement. Letsuko nodded, following suit. I don't think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have lots of things we don't want to tell anyone else about, like tragedies, mistakes, and other things you don't want to remember. If I'd have to tell someone everything to be true friends with him, I wouldn't want to have them as my friends at all. But Ichi, there's a difference between things you don't need to confess and things you have to confess. You have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. But once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Quite. You turned yourself into the police, and they scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin, and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do? I mean, yeah, what he did was bad, but he was remorseful about it, and he hasn't done it again since. So, what else is there left to do? Like, are you sorry? Are you gonna do it again? Then if you're sorry and you're not gonna do it ever again, then there's nothing more you need to do. Provided that you are actually sorry. That's it. You turned yourself in and you accepted the result. You did what you had to do. It's very important that you keep reminding yourself of your sin, so that you won't make the same mistake again. But you only have to take care of that on your own. It's not something you have to confess to everybody. It's very true. I have many embarrassing stories that I'd rather not tell anyone. Meep. Satoko does have quite a lot of them. It's not only me. Rika has a heap of them too. That she likes watered down wine. I feel like most people would find that unforgivable. Most wine drinkers. I feel like that's right up there with putting ice in your wine. Satoko and Rika fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and then looked back at me. Satoko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has a dark past that nobody needs... That she has a dark past that nobody needs to know about? No. The bit after that. She's saying that everybody has something they'd rather hide. Considering that no one grows up in a sterilized room, we all learn by trial and error. It's called life, you know? You do both good things and bad things in order to grow up. Your goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. The same goes with everybody. With Satsuko, Rika-chan, and me too. The same applies to everybody in this class. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Meow meow. Oh, I'm not proud of it or anything. But shooting at people with a BB gun is like nothing compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. Can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at the police station. During the Down conflict, I was a regular there. I'm not kidding, it's all true. But it happened in the past. And she doesn't have to tell you about it. Even though she's your friend. Even though she's my friend. I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too. Wait, what? Excuse me? But I don't tell you about them because telling you won't help in any way. If you feel better by telling us about your past, we'll listen. But there's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past just because we're friends. I don't want to dig up a past that you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are all about, I think. I agree with you, but we're happy if you feel better now by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of this. What you did in the city has nothing to do with, who you are right now. You're a precious friend to us. I actually don't want to know about your past, to be honest with you. I agree with Rika. The same thing goes the other way around. Even if you did something great in the city, but if you were a nasty person here, I wouldn't care what great things you did back then. In other words, Kei-chan, the sin you committed in the city is something that you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want. But if anybody changed the way they saw you because of that, I'd look down on them. No matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed of yourself. Am I wrong? What's the purpose of living if we can never earn redemption? Satoko used to be a big baby who couldn't do anything by herself. She regretted it deeply, and now she's a strong, independent girl. That's why I admire Satoko today. I don't care how weak she used to be. Rika? What about you, Kei-chan? Are you going to change the way you see me because you know I used to be a very bad girl who was a regular at the police station? You won't, will you? I am who I am. Our friendship won't change, and we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? That's what being friends is all about. What? What's going on? Mion's trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile on her face, but her expression became distorted all of a sudden. Big tear drops fell from my eyes. What? Why am I crying? Let me just say this. I didn't know anything about Satoshi, but you all hid it from me. Oh, this is from the first game. We didn't mean to hide it. You didn't tell me about the incidents that happen every year, right? That's because we didn't want to. You didn't want to scare me? Just because of that, you left me out? No, we didn't mean to. Yon didn't know what to say. She has tears in her eyes. She thought she did me a favor. She didn't know why it turned out like this. She didn't want to make me scared of the village since I just moved here. She didn't want to... what more reason did she need? I asked you before, Mion, if there was a crime at the dam construction site. You told me there was none. But there was a dismemberment lynch murder. You lied. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought friends don't hide things from each other, right? So that makes us not friends. What are friends? What are friends? What are friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were so nice to me and helped me feel at home in this village. I couldn't have been happier. Everything was great, wasn't it? Ei-chan, please don't. Yon seemed like she didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. It was hard to believe that she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. She looked so sad, and but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the word friend but I didn't do anything like what friends were supposed to do. That's right. I was such a fool. Mion was Mion. She was my best friend. Why did I doubt her? Why? Kei-chan looks down these days. He just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be setting in. He probably caught a cold as a result. Good night, laughing stock. Sleep well. Oh. One second. But there. Multi-chat is not working at the moment. There you go. Now I can read it. Put it right there. I see. They need to eat something nutritious. My grandma is making a huggy today. I'm going to ask her to give me some so we can bring them to Kei-chan. Oh, Mion, wash your hands first. Hello, Rena-chan. Would you like to try making one too? Ah, that looks like fun. Yes, I'd love to try. Here we go. I have a great idea. What is it, Mi-chan? What's that little bottle? What is it? It's not only fun to have sweet ohagi, you know? Let's put hot sauce in one of them. It'll wake him up for sure. Oh, so that time when he thought it was a needle? Was he hallucinating the needle? That's right, that's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better. Ah, I see. They tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? Just because Mion knew I had lunch at Angel Mart, I grew terrified of her. Hey, you don't look good. Maybe you should lay down. That's right. Maybe I should leave. I just wanted to cheer me up with a joke. Because I looked so serious. See you. Please get better soon. I hope we can hang out in the club together tomorrow. That was a normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow, okay? First of all, I've never visited any of my... Have I ever visited any of my classmates who are absent with a cold? No, I haven't. I've never done such a nice thing to anybody, because it's too much of a bother. But they did that for me. I understand visiting a friend in the hospital, but I just caught a cold. But they came to visit me with ohagi so I could get better soon. I should have been thankful for them and said I'll get better soon, and I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow. So I'll see you then. That was what I was supposed to say. And what did I do instead? I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. What was I so scared of? What was I so afraid of? Why didn't I say words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was just so scared of the ohagi they brought for me. What was I thinking? It was impossible that there was a needle in one of them. There wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head because I read some manga about someone putting needles or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could happen to me for some reason. I thought there was a needle in the ohagi. You are so stupid, Keiichi. Why would your friends put a needle in the food they only brought to make you feel better? It was crazy to think like that, even if there was a needle in one of them. I should have thought it was some kind of mistake. I should have believed in my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do. But what did I do? You killed them with a baseball bat. Oh, wait, oh, no, we're getting ahead of that. I'm getting ahead of myself with that. Threw the ohagi that they spent so much effort making on the floor. Why? Why did I do that? I got along so well with them. I moved to Hinamizawa and I made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. peanut butter jelly with a baseball. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I'd probably never have another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared, and I doubted them. They noticed I was acting odd. That's why they called the manager Irie. They brought a sedative that might help me relax so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Mion just wanted to make it fun. She's the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. She knew Irie would roll up my shirt and to check my heartbeat with a stethoscope. So she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt, just like she did to Tomitake-san as a punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home because she wanted to do something funny. She tried to cheer me up by making a punishment for fun rather than nursing me because that's what Mion is like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house. Just because she wanted to cheer me up. Rena held me down tightly and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them. I heard them clearly. I heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. I heard them. Then why? I should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. Then why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? This makes the entire first episode even more tragic. Yeah. Yeah, it really does. Because all of the creepy shit that Keiichi thought was happening never happened. And so, like, from their perspective, they just think that their friend isn't doing well and they're doing everything that they can to make him feel better, and then he ends up killing them. Which is like, that's really sad. It was impossible. It was impossible. Why? Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? The numbness in my head receded, and slowly I felt blood start to run through my entire body again. Especially to, like, it's right until her death, Rena was telling him that she believed in him. Yeah. How long was I squatting down there? Well, for a few minutes? Or a lot longer than that? As I looked up at the clock, the hands weren't moving at all, as if they had stopped while I had my eyes closed. The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, but it was quiet and gray. Rena wasn't holding me down. Mia wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all of that just some kind of illusion? There's no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience, a kind I'd never had before. I was there with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the same time, I felt some kind of relief, too. The scary incident was an illusion, after all. Neither Rena nor Mion could have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. Why? It wasn't a question of why tears were forming in my eyes. Why? It was a question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know. I was so stupid. What the hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much, she was my best friend. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one to come talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was laying down in an unnatural position near the window. She was covered in dusky red blood from her head to her chest. Red fluid splattered on the wall. It was Mion's. What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself. I truly did think of you all as my friends. Why? Why did all this happen? There's nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only about my chances of passing the entrance exams of the schools we wanted to go to. My life was shaded in gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie for a school recommendation and chess scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch, our club activities, and at the festival. A warm liquid flowed out from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them, but I couldn't stop it. Even though they attempted to kill me, even though they almost killed me, I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Was it an act that they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed we were truly friends? It couldn't be. Rena and Mion, they were my friends for real. Those happy days, it couldn't have been just a performance. Rena and Mion might have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or that an extraordinary existence called Orishiro-sama possessed them and took over their consciousnesses. No matter what it was, both Rena and Mion were my best friends. I was stupid. I was such a fool, such a fool, such a fool. It wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. They were my best friends. Why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. I felt like everybody went crazy except me. I was such a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy. Hey-chan. It's something terrible. I'll never forgive myself. Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her, but that's a memory from a non-existent different world. Even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion. And I didn't realize how deep that sin was. Even though until now it was Mion's... I even thought until now that Mion's was his fault for being killed. What's wrong with Keiichi-san? I don't know. Kei-chan, please calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I'd never let that happen. Okay? Wait. There's no one in our club whom you could beat to death, Keiichi-san. No. Keiichi's just having a numb flashback while they stare at him blankly. It's like, what's going on? Why is he like that? I don't know. He's been like that for like the past like 5 minutes. I don't know what's going on. Should we call the teacher? Mion and Satsuko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying. But I couldn't help myself. I learned just how I could earn redemption by confessing my sin. But I could never earn redemption from this, not from Mion. No matter how much I cried in this world, nobody could give me forgiveness. So I could never earn redemption for this sin. Right then, Chie-sensei came in and noticed me crying. You wouldn't see a teenage boy crying like that very often. Chie-sensei asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satsuko looked confused. They didn't know how to explain the situation. Rika-chan approached me in the midst of my sobs. You remember, don't you, Keiichi? You remember how you killed Rena and Ni? Yes. I killed them. But I didn't accept my sin. I pretended I was the victim. I cursed and blamed my friends until the moment I died. There was blood everywhere and in the end, I just died alone, without any regrets. I clawed at my itchy throat in a phone booth. I didn't notice my sin, and I died alone. Keiichi? Did you notice your sin just now? Yes, I did. It took me so long, but I just noticed it. I remember what I did. Not here, but in a different world that looks just like this one. I killed my friends because I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me. Only like 5 arcs, yeah. 5 arcs across like what, how many hours? How many hours of Higurashi have we played? Yeah, better late than never. Some people never ever realize that they do something wrong ever, so. But I didn't listen to them. I don't know why I didn't. I didn't care if people were staring. I just kept crying. Good thing I'm never wrong. Yeah, I do everything right all the time. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze it out of me. But the tears that were coming from my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At the time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika-chan patting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika-chan. But the words she spoke to me weren't words of comfort. I forgive you, Keiichi. What? Keiichi? Isn't she cute? Rika is cute. Keiichi, you noticed your sin. It's a very different thing to do, and not something everybody can. Not everyone can understand how great you are, and hence they can't forgive you. But I can. Because I know how great you are. Rika-chan. This is some miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. That's impossible to do. But you did it. That is the most unbelievable, and precious of miracles that could exist in this world. I couldn't understand anything Rika-chan was saying, but I felt like she was the only one who understood that impossible memory I had. So, you should be able to understand what Rena Ryugu is going through right now. Rika-chan, hi. Nani ga suki? Watered down wine. Yori mo anatta. No, that's the truth. That's she does. She does drink watered down wine. That's a thing that she does. I understand. There's something going. She's going through the exact same thing I went through. She wants to trust her friends more than anything, but she can't. She's the one who's losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that, and she thinks the world is going crazy instead. I don't know how to save her. I have no idea. Because I failed. I didn't understand until I died. No, I didn't understand even after I died. So, how can I make Rena realize what I didn't, even after that? I can't save her. I know because I was just like her. There's nothing I can do. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail. But that doesn't mean Rena would too. There's no excuse to not save her because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rena do back then? I was totally going mad, but she risked her life to save me. In that room, in that world, I had beaten her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared. That's why she smiled toward me. I beat her so many times her arms were broken and her forehead was cut open. I remembered. Rena didn't block her head. Even at the very last moment. She opened her arms towards me, like she was looking for a hug. Oh. But I still doubted her, and raised the metal vat up high. Rena told me then that it was okay. Please trust me. My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her. But I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was endangered. She was actually killed. But she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. Rena continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please? Trust me. She risked her life to save me. Until her very last moment, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so long, I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong. I feel a little bit better now that you've forgiven me, Rika-chan. Just in case you needed that knife twisted. Good night, Madden. Just in case you needed that knife twisted any harder, right? Dear Lord. I feel a little better now that you've forgiven me, Rika-chan. I still have to atone for my sin. I'm going to do that in the same way Rena did for me. I'm going to save her. That's good. One of us feels better. I feel worse. Rena risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. She believed that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rena died for me. No! Shut the fuck up, Teddy. I can die for her too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. Why I didn't understand. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. Rena died for KG sins. But Rena might be different. This world is messed up. But that doesn't mean I can just quit. We're not talking about... First of all, we're not talking about cute girls killing people. Shut up, Teddy. Doesn't mean I can just quit. Quitting is the same thing as not believing. I believe in Rena and in our friendship. That's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. No! Jesus fucking Christ. I literally sat down for hours and explained the entire plot of Higurashi to you. You need to shut the fuck up. You need to shut the fuck up and start paying attention to me when I talk to you. Dear Lord. No, you weren't. Ready for next Watson Nagashi sacrifice confirmed for sacrilege and heresy. Yes. Cute girls peeling people is a common theme in Ko's streams. Oh, that's just the games that I tend to gravitate to. No. That's not the story at all. But whatever. I can prevent a tragedy from happening, and I can change fate. We can still struggle together and seize our future. Rika nodded with a serious look on her face, and she put her hand— yeah, maybe that was seemingly the case 5 fucking chapters ago, Teddy. Not the case in chapter 5. Go away. Be gone. Eiichi, you literally— that's not— she wasn't— it wasn't because of a murder cult. She was hiding the corpses because her— that was completely unrelated to anything. The reason that she was— you weren't even there for the hiding the corpses. We weren't hiding corpses last week. That happened like 3 weeks ago. For one thing. And the reason she was hiding the corpses is because her dad was dating a woman. Yes, yes you are. Yes you fucking are. Shut up. I'm not— God forbid women have hobbies. I'm not going to lose hope in this world. I was tired from meeting with countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kinda gave up on Rena last night. Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. That made her a lot worse. But I was wrong. I was wrong. I realized that the will to fight was such a beautiful and divine thing. And it can work miracles that even alter the path of fate. Yeah, exactly. So I'll fight with you. You are Teddy. It's not like there's an archive of all the streams that you can watch to catch up on if you have any questions. It's not like that. It's not like that exists at all in any capacity. I'll fight again. I'll keep fighting until I reach the future. I have no idea what you two are talking about. It's normal that you don't remember. Keiichi is a special exception. Huh? Want an essay by Monday, Teddy? Yes. Mm-hmm. Times New... 3,000 words minimum. Times New Roman. 12 point font. Single spaced. They're like... You can just listen to them in the background. You're fine. You listen to like... Think of how much fucking brain rot content you watch in a day. I suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on. Rika-chan touched Satoko's forehead to hers. But please remember one day. When you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune, please remember that he risked his life to save you. Keiichi-chan fought for me? It's hard to believe. Isn't that right, Keiichi? Rika-chan looked at me, smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. No, I was sure. I'd risk my life for her. Satoko's my friend. If anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation. I'd risk my life to save her. There might have even been a world like that. I nodded to Rika-chan. Rika-chan nodded back to me, looking happy. Nyalpaca, is everything okay? Sensei realized that I had finally calmed down. She asked me that. Yes, everything is fine now. I'm sorry I worried you. Anyway, Mion. What? What is it? I walked towards her. Sorry, I had a non-fast fact. We good now, though. Pretty much. Mion sat back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard. What is it, Kei-chan? You look so serious. I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What? What are you sorry for, Kei-chan? The Soulsman really doesn't understand what's going on. It's okay. You don't need to get anything. So, just listen to me. I'm really sorry. And the ohagi you made, they're really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. Oh, I wanted to tell you that I would go to school the next day, and the day after that too. I wanted to tell you that I would see you tomorrow at school, but I couldn't. I'm very sorry that I didn't have any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never ever again. So Mion, please forgive me for what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about. But my sin wasn't forgiven yet. I needed to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion. So, I'll risk my life to save you too. When you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Kei-chan. You're making me blush. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Satsuko was blushing too, with a confused look on her face. But Rika-chan and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept the tragedy. We couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. What we were going to fight against it to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Rena fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Rena. Just like she did for me. I was going to risk my life to save her. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Sushibone City. Was it, Nyao? When a black car stopped in front of it, three burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They are welcomed by the Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. We apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Oishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscaped garden. They came to a gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. Akane MILF? MILF Sonozaki? A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. Upon seeing the police officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane. Nice to meet you, Miss Sonozaki. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming all the way here, despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to the feast I'm going to have today. Kyomizute is famous for its dried bean curd, right? I can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai-san. It's been forever since we last met in person. Yes, it has been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I'm hoping we can settle this like adults. Although we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. Neither do we. Everybody knows just how busy things get when you get involved. I'd like to avoid that as much as possible, since I'm not that young anymore. Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in their words indicate that this wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. Feel bad that our host is taking us to the table. Well, I know we sent you the invitation under my name, but actually, today's host is the Sonozaki main family. Sorry for the confusion. I see. Can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? On the other side of the door were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one of them. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both the police and the corps members in black suit. Hello, you must be the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family. Thank you for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look, and he tapped on the door. The waitress who had been waiting behind the door started bringing out drinks. Moishi-san, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Well, let's enjoy the meal first. Their dried green curd is really famous, you know. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitress and the other members of the Sonozaki Corps leave the room. Soon only Oishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai were left in the room. Well, let's start by talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and began speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings. Such as... Kasai wanted to talk to you about Rena Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting is about the private circumstances between Tatsuyoshi Kasai and Rena Ryugu. The Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. What are these private circumstances? Ryugu-san lives an honest life. How can she have any kind of private connection with Kasai-san from the Yakuza? Kasai. Yes. Allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers that he happened to meet Rena at the coffee house in Okinomiya. He explained that Rena found something he lost there and that she offered to bring it back to him. That doesn't sound right. But for argument's sake, why don't we assume what you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make any sense. I heard you told your members to find Rena Ryugu. That's actually my fault. Rena's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown. But I made a small mistake. Wait a second. You made us come all the way here, and now you're telling us to believe this bullshit? I mean, you believed when Rena said that the Sonozaki family was plotting bioterrorism with literally no concrete evidence. So, like, I don't know why you're getting on the high horse about that. Seems to just believe anything. You know? You believe the girl who said that the Sotozaki family is plotting bioterrorism. For no reason. Could it be that you're making fun of us? Hmm? Oishi looked a lot like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. Oishi threatened him with a nasty smile, and it piled all the more tension onto the atmosphere in the room. Oishi-san, please don't... Kumakai tried to make him stand down. Officers with hot tempers pair with others who are good with calming them down, just like how Yakuza do. Oishi backed off with a grin. Kumakai took over, continuing from there. So, what are you trying to say? Do you not want us to intervene because this is a civil matter between Rena Ryugu and Tatsuyoshi Kasai? That's not going to happen. We're going to give her protection. What? Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain to me why the police have to protect Rena Ryugu to begin with. Why? Because you guys are after her. Lucy answered bluntly, but Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. Oh, what makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's on your chest? It might know something. Oishi-san, we're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do. Oh, and what are we misunderstanding exactly? Everything. Your misunderstanding concerns the scrapbooks of Takanomiyo that Rena Ryugu is in possession of. The officer's expressions drew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she had gotten straight to the point. You want to protect Rena Ryugu because she has the scrapbooks, isn't that right? Oishi and his subordinates glared back at her without saying a word, making it obvious that her guess was right. Kasai. Akane gave him a look and he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black briefcase. Everyone in the officers assumed that there was a tremendous amount of money in the briefcase, but the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Kasai opened the briefcase and showed the contents to the police. There they are. Are these? These are Miyo Takano's scrapbooks. I'm afraid we don't have the ones she gave to Rena Ryugu. This is going to be our main course for today. Nakano with Stephanie Meyer's all over. I mean, she could have made a killing as a young adult fantasy writer. All the stuff she was writing. No, feel free. We can talk after you read them. I'll make my people leave if you like. No, you don't have to do that. The Cuts produced latex gloves from their pockets, put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the briefcase. There were more than 10 of them in there. I think it's very interesting how, like, Oishi was like, oh my gosh, we have to find Takano's scrapbooks. And he didn't think to check her house for more scrapbooks, even though he was a police officer, and it would have been very easy for him to do that. No wonder why, no fucking wonder why you haven't figured out the the serial murder, the Watsunagashi murder case. No wonder you're stupid. You found them on Miyo Takana's house in Okinomiya after she passed away. Oishi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks. Are you sure these are real? Without a doubt. Oishi-san, if Ryuku has the other scrapbooks, that means maybe the one she has the same kind of stuff in them. Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbook. She started turning the pages faster, then closed the scrapbook roughly. Do all these scrapbooks have the same contents as this one? Yes, they do. Feel free to take the time to look into them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers also rapidly turned through pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another and flipped through the pages roughly. Oishi-san, this is absurd. These are just crappy old cult novels. This one says the netherworld collided with this world and the dead souls float across the gap. How are we going to use this as proof? Well, yours says something about the netherworld? Mine is about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one is about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one is about the legacy of the Mu continent. This one is about Ozzy, the mysterious creature in the Onigafuji swamp. We can surmise that Ryuku likely has a scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard of. The police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed the story of the parasite, let alone bioterrorism. But Oishi had believed it and told them he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume the contents of one scrapbook was no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Okay. Well, Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him. Not only Rena, but also Oishi pulled hook, line, and sinker. I mean, Rena is mentally ill. I don't know what Oishi's excuse is. Oh. Oishi just wants to take down the Tsunozaki family so bad that he'll literally he's just kind of latching on to anything that... If it seems like even an inkling of that it might be what he needs to take them down, and to like solve the case, he'll take it. And I think it's that obsession he has with the Sonozaki family clouded his judgment. But now that he was actually looking at it, it was too difficult to ignore. Miyo Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onigafuji. But Rena took them seriously, and so had Oishi. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oishi glared at them and they stopped laughing. The main reason Oishi took the parasite theory seriously because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Rena Ryugu for the scrapbook she had. What, you mean the local crazy conspiracy auntie was a local crazy conspiracy lady? What? That's insane. Plus, Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of those two reasons, he believed in that occult bee novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help him resolve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. And it was just like, why was Takano killed on the night of the Watanagashi? Coincidence. Literally coincidence. I don't know. We don't know who killed her. It could have been it could have been a crazy ex-boyfriend for all we know. Like, you know? Let me ask you something. Why was Takano Mio killed? Who can say? Why was she killed? Why was she killed in the night of Watanagashi? Well, Oreo had enough of her crappy stories. Maybe. That could have been it. We have no idea what happened to Mio Takano and Jiro Tomitake. Of course you don't. A liar doesn't call himself a liar. Well, you don't have any evidence, so I don't know. I mean, say what you want, but like, we didn't believe in Stephanie Meyer tier conspiracy theories written by a you know, so I come on, Oishi-san. Do you think we'd do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Mion wore a cold smile. She had said too much. Akane cleared her throat as if to condemn the statement, and that made Mion shut her mouth. Oishi glared at the young successor, but he knew she was right. Then why are you after Rena Ryugu? Or not? Because Rena is one of my best friends and she hasn't been home in days and I'm very worried about her. Crazy. Or not. I admit, it's our fault we made it look like we were after her. For that, we apologize. The reasons which made Oishi take Rena's delusion seriously collapsed one by one. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak. She did so firmly. We'd like to ask you a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We heard that from Sankai from the police headquarters. Started in the police headquarters, started work with the public safety division. They're going to do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as their excuse, aren't they? That had been at Oishi's request. Oishi took Rena's story seriously and he wanted to find the resource facility that was developing the parasite He was intending to use it as proof at the potential bioterrorist attack. But he had no idea where to start looking. He tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all facilities that the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture, in cooperation with the task force for gang groups and public safety. Naturally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, public safety doubted Oishi's source because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted their information network. But Oishi took advantage of his long career and his old friends, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's voice broke out in a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. We caused you some trouble during the dam conflict, but the area is reaching its end, and things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong. But we're also trying to achieve peace and stability, in line with these changing times. There we go. The music had not been... But we're also trying to achieve peace and stability in line with these changing times. If we get raided now, we're going to lose face. Who cares about your face? I know we'll find something with those raids. We're going to go through with them. If you find something good for you. But if you don't, it'll cause a big liability issue. And even you won't escape lightly, Oishi-san. Alright then. Sounds like you really do want an all-out war. Huh? If that's what you want, please carry out your job to your own satisfaction. I'll take on the challenge anytime. Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been thorough. I've been through a lot more than Mion. Oishi couldn't back down now. But he knew it was a fight he probably couldn't win. Kumagai butted in and tried to calm him down. If we put a stop to the raids, well, what would we get in return? Mion answered this time. I'll give you these scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempts. These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Oishi could show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. You might have to take responsibility for it. Wait, Bruce... you might have to take responsibility for it, but if he didn't back off now, there'd be no doubt that he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was trying to back off, it was now or... If he's going to back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. If he made such a huge mistake right before his retirement, people who had been looking for a chance for revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. If they cut his base salary, there's no way he'd avoid a big reduction. Oishi-san. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit mistakes at his age. He grimaced in anger. Kuma-chan, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm going to get some fresh air on the porch. Excuse me. Oishi stood up quietly and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own. So, I want to confirm that the police and the Sonozaki family will help each other to maintain the peace of this city. Therefore, we're going to put off doing the simultaneous raid. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader, Oryo, appreciates your concern as well. As promised, we'll take the scrapbooks. And there are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find any other missing scrapbooks, you must bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Rena Ryugu, you must turn her over to us immediately as well. I am afraid the second one is unacceptable. Rena Ryugu is... Hello, Bag. Hi. Rena Ryugu is in a state of delusion. We'll make sure of her safety, and we'll find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that either. We have the right to question her about the murder of Takano, as a material witness, not as a suspect. Kane whispered to Mion. Mion in turn nodded and began to speak. Very well. We'll accept the second condition. But let us add another condition on top of that. We're going to send her a lawyer. You will only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. One more thing. You're not allowed to delay us by not sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start questioning her right after we find her. I mean, if you want to question her, go ahead. Just you're not gonna get anything useful out of her, but go off. We have no problem with that. Literally, she's not mentally stable. Literally, anything she said would not be admissible in court at all. So, it's kind of a waste of time and resources, but you know. Isn't that what police love doing? Wasting time and resources. It's their favorite things, right? We'll continue. We will as soon as we can. Kane cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us the very moment she's found. This agreement is made in good faith, founded on our mutual trust. So please do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Akane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Oishi, who was loud and nosy, but he had as much guts as his superior did. Oishi was good at taking care of manners in a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended. The police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room had finally ceased. Kasai put the scrapbooks back on the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodded lightly, and took what was offered to him. This is a very expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. No, we're only supposed to take the scrapbooks. We'll return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regards to the family head, Oryo-san. The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. Why didn't you take care of this, Mom? Don't be silly, your rank is higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Hey, Kasai, have a waitress bring me a beer. Oh, and can you let the grunts in and give them something cold to drink too? Want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. Guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me. Anyway, your father pulls many strings for you this time. You should thank him. And you too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. A little embarrassed. By the way, I'm impressed with Rena-chan for making a fool of Oishi. You have many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. We can go see a play together or something. Kasai, whenever you see her next time, let her know what I said. Don't tell her any more creepy stories, alright? Of course, I'm aware of that. With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takano's scrapbook. The whole mess didn't grow any larger. The only remaining problem was Rena. Where could she be hiding? Where indeed? And there's only a few places you could hide, right? It's not a big town. Before I went to bed, I headed to my window to close the curtain. I saw the shadow of a person near the porch. Who could it be so late? Well, I didn't have to guess who it was. There's only one person I knew who might come to see me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully this time. I was right. Oh. Okay. It was Rena. She was just standing still under the light. I wondered how long she'd been there for. She didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. She was just standing there. She seemed to be asking herself whether to ring the doorbell or not. For how long has she been hesitating in front of my door? It looked like even standing was giving her a hard time. She looked very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Rena looked surprised to see me, even though I came out after making a lot of noise. Rena! Rena, is that you? She seems to be okay-ish now. She looked relieved to see me for a moment, but she soon glanced downward and looked sad again. How long have you been standing here? I don't know. Maybe since the sunset? Rena must have been staying somewhere outside for the last 2 days at the very least. It wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. She'd been in a state of high tension the whole time, believing that someone was trying to kill her. Rena looked utterly exhausted. She seemed to have She seemed to have taken care of the deep scratch that she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aid. The band-aids had cute pictures, but that only made the wound on her neck look more painful. I saw some of the band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body too. I could tell she made them herself. I'm sorry, I just... I just received a very cursed message from Teddy. And it kind of caught me off guard. Walk in. She had more scars than she had last night. Anyway, let's go inside. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days, have you? I tried to take her in the house, but she refused with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't like she didn't want to go into the house, it was more like she had to refuse because she thought she didn't deserve it. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Even at this moment, the maggots are moving through my body. It itches really badly, and it feels like they're about to come out from everywhere. Rena, I think you have some kind of disease. Why don't you get some rest here and we'll go to the clinic first thing in the morning. He understands your delicate situation, so he'll see you in private. No. I know it. I know exactly how Tomitake-san died. I'm trying not to do what he did for as long as possible. Rena believes she was given some kind of suspicious drug that made her claw at her neck to death, like Tomitake-san did. She convinced herself that was what was going to happen. She couldn't hear anything else right now. But she really wanted somebody to help her. She wanted help, but when somebody tried to give her her hand, it looked like the hand of the devil. If this was some kind of disease, what a horribly depressing disease it was. I don't know how I'm going to die, but I don't think I have much time. It's not going to happen. You're a member of our unbelievable club, Runner Ryuko. You're not going to die so easily. Thanks. Well, I wanted to say sorry before I died. Sorry? For what? Yesterday I said terrible things to you, and I hurt your feelings. She must be talking about last night. She trusted me, but when Oishi-san told her about my past, she felt betrayed. After that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed like the opposite to her. I know what it's like. I once felt the same way about you, Rena. Well, before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. A lot, actually. Yeah. Really, I didn't know. What I did is beyond comprehension. You just shot someone with a toy gun. I hit somebody's head really hard with a metal baseball bat. Everybody got hurt really badly. I also broke the windows of my school and... I know. But I don't care about any of that. You did that before you moved here. That's why you stopped being Reina Ryuko and became Rena after you moved here, right? To me, you're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before. So,
私ももっともっといっぱい悪い。
yes, Twitter handle changed, so it's all good. He's like, yeah, but you changed your Twitter handle, right? So it's different. Purged the tweets, deleted your Twitter handle. New icon, new banner, follow different people. It's different. It's not the same. It's different. It's basically a different person now. So, I was way worse than you were.
ケイチ君のこと仲間じゃないなん
I
て
have no right to say you're not my
全
friend.
然。
それは
I
俺
felt
もなんだ。
I felt the same way too.
俺も
I
最初
was afraid of you because I had heard of about your
恐
past.
れた。
Oh,
知ってたんだ。
you knew. Rena laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out that I knew about her history when she thought I did. And she thought I didn't.
でもだからなんだよって思ったぜ。
But I was like, so what?
引っ越してくる前にレナがどんな大悪党だとしたって。
Doesn't matter how bad you were before you moved here.
それでレナはいろいろと泣いたり笑ったり
You've
してた
been through ups and downs with tears and laughter. But since you moved to Hinamizawa, you've been
誰
living
に
a
も恥じな
proud
くていい
life.
生活をしてるじゃねえかよ。 前の町で悪いことがあったとしたっ
The
て
important thing is that you regret what
レ
you
ナは
did.
それを悔いているなら
That's all that
どうでもいい
matters.
ことだったんだよ。
Man's really said one man's she belongs in the psych ward is another man's she's my everything. Hey, well, have you considered that she is also his everything and that she also belongs in the psych ward? Two things can be true after all.
その結果、竜宮レナってやつが尊敬できる人間に成長できたなら、
You've grown up to be a respectable person. I don't care about your past. I should have noticed it earlier. Rena is Rena. That's why she's Rena Ryuko. I don't understand what... I couldn't understand that simple thing. Didn't I understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Reina?
レナも聞いたろ。
You heard about my past too, right?
俺も悪いやつだった。
I was pretty bad as well.
バカだったんだ。
I was such a brat.
なんて
Yes,
バカなことをしたんだと後悔した。
Is that far? Thanks for becoming a pack rabbit. I regret the stupid things I did.
だから引っ越しは人生をもう一度やり直すいい機会だと思ったんだ。
Are we killing today? Maybe. We're reaching the end, so at least one person's probably gonna die. It might be Rena or Keiichi or both of them. My guess is that both of them are gonna die. I feel like it's gonna be like a... That's my guess, but we'll see. It's okay, you're crazy, we can be crazy together. Hey, yeah. I regret the stupid things I did, so I thought moving here was a good opportunity for me to start over.
だから俺はひなみ沢では
I believe I've been the person I wanted to be since I moved to Hinamizawa.
それは レナもなんだ。
Isn't it the same with you, Rena?
茨城でどういう生活だったかなんて関係ない。
It doesn't matter how you lived in Ibaraki.
ひなみ沢にいる竜宮レナが大事なんだ。
The important thing is that you're Rena Ryugu. You wanted to be in Hinamizawa.
だから竜宮レイナが何者だろうと俺には全然関係ないことだったんだ。
So I don't care about whoever Reina Ryugu was. Yeah.
そうだよ
Yeah, you're right.
新しい自分をやり直せる機会は何回あったっていいんだ。
We can start our life over as many times as we want.
そんな機会があるから
We might make a lot of mistakes and hurt ourselves, but
傷つきながら
it lets us become the people we want to be.
さまよえるんじゃないかよ。人生に一度や二度のつまずきなんてつきものなんだ。
You fall once or twice in your life, but that's
だ
life.
からそんなのにへこたれないで。
We can't let that beat
俺
us
たちは
down.
どんどん成
We
長
have
し
to
ていか
keep
なくちゃいけないんだ。 だから
So,
そんな
I'm such an asshole for being scared of you because of your
珍し
past.
く思うなんて最低のことだったんだよ。
It doesn't matter how many times you fall. When you go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. So I don't need to know your past. Even if I knew, it wouldn't have changed the way I treated you. But we were fools. We couldn't understand that until we went through things like this ourselves. Keiji can be Keiji sometimes, but it seems like this is why I really adore him as a protag. Yeah. Yeah. He's a very sweet person. You can like with all of this, you can tell like how much he cares about Rena with all of this. Mia knew that from the beginning. We were such fools. We hurt each other and we made each other cry.
だから竜宮レナはこれまでも今もそしてこれからも
So Rena Ryugu is
俺の
and
最
always
高
be
の
my
仲間だ。
best friend forever. Oh.
レナが辛い時
When you have to go through a
き
hard
っと俺
time,
が助けるから
I'll help you no matter what.
俺を信じてくれ。
Trust me on that.
ありがとう
Thank you.
ケイチ君を信
I
じる
trust you, Keiji-kun. It's very tragic, but what she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie. But I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Rena kept telling her to trust me that time. She kept saying those words, while I kept hitting her with the bat. They still didn't reach me.
私ねもう多分長く
I
ない
don't think I have much time left.
こんな素敵なケイチ君がいるひなみ沢を救うために
I'll try my best to save Hinamizawa, because wonderful people like you live here. No, Rena.
奴らなんかにこの村
I'm
を
not going
乗
to
っ取ら
let
せない
them take over this village.
みんなで楽しく過ごしていた日々を取り戻すために
I'll have
私
to
は戦う
fight.
よ
I'll fight so we can regain the peaceful days we had.
奴らの陰謀を
I'll defeat their
必ずやっ
conspiracy.
つけてみせるから
She said that she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything I was saying. Back to the Lulu land having a tea party with Shion. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Make no mistake, she's still in the Lulu land. Okay, she's just visiting here. If I kept telling her the conspiracy was Takano's delusion, it wouldn't reach her.
ありがとう
Thank you,
ケイチ
Keiichi-kun.
君レナを許してくれて
Thank you for forgiving me. I do forgive you. So please forgive me for what I did to you.
きっとひなみ沢を救う
I'm going to save Hinamizawa. I promise.
だからケイチ君
So, Keiichi-kun,
力を貸して
will you help me?
ケイチ君だけは信じられる
I trust you. Only you,
ケイチ
Keiichi-kun.
君となら救えると
We
思う
can save Hinamizawa together. Rena.
レナ
Rena. I knew how bad of a corner Rena was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat, thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Jesus, dense as the fog in Eno. Oh, but she's cute. Rena cared about me so much, but I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rena, you still trust me, even when you're driven into this bad of a corner. I wouldn't understand what you're saying. I couldn't understand what you were saying. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you. But you're different. You still trust me. You are so...
どうして
Why are you crying?
許してくれ
I'm sorry.
許してくれ
I'm sorry.
俺は
I'll never betray you.
レナのことを
I trust you, Rena.
だから
So please,
許してくれ
forgive me.
何のことを言ってるのか
I don't know what you're talking about.
ケイチ君はいつもレナのことを信じてくれて
You've
るの
always believed in me, Keiichi-kun.
だからレナも
So I
ケイ
trust
チ
you
君
too.
のことを信じてる信じていいんだよ
I
ね
can trust you, right?
ケイチ君だけはレナを信じてくれるんだ
You're
よ
the only one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Rena's eyes too. Before I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes.
あのね
Oh,
私ね
I found a way to end
この
this
戦
battle.
いを終わらせる
本当か
Really? Yeah.
勝ち目のほとんどない
I
方法
might
だ
not
け
stand
ど
a chance, but
私
this
に
is
と
the
って
best and only
一番の
resistance I
成
can
功
think
だと
of.
思う
レナ
Rena,
それが
I
どん
don't
な
know
方
what
法
you're
か
going
知
to
らない
do,
そ
but
れ
if you
が
do
終わった
that,
俺た
we
ち
can
みん
regain
な
our
でまた
happy days, right?
楽しかった元の日々に戻れるんだよな
So now she's gonna try calling a tactical nuke. At this point, maybe. We can, can't
そ
we?
うじゃなくちゃ嫌だ
We have to.
俺はお前をこの場から
I'm
行
not
か
going
せ
to
ない
let you go anywhere.
大丈夫だよ
Don't worry,
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun.
元の幸せな日々に戻るための
It's going to be a come from behind
逆
victory,
転の最後
and
の
we'll
一手
regain
だ
our happy days for sure. I don't know what she had on her mind. It began with the delusion, and it ended with the delusion. If I encouraged her too much, she twisted into an attack on her. I was like that at that time. I took Rena's goodwill as the complete opposite thing. So I stopped denying her story. This was Rena's battle. It was her lonely battle. She had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. But I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she would reach me. I wanted to let her know that, so I just said one thing.
俺は最後の瞬間まで
I'm on your side until the very last moment.
絶対にレナの
No matter what, I'm on your
味
side.
方だからな
Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she couldn't right now. I knew that, but I told her those words anyway. Even if she couldn't believe them, and if she tried to smash my head in, I'd say those words. I'd keep saying them until I die.
ありがとう
Thank you, Keiichi-kun.
明日でね
Everything will be over
全部終
tomorrow.
わるのきっと私たちは勝つよ
We'll win for sure.
そしたら
And
ま
then
たみんなで楽しく部
we
活
can
をしよ
play
う
around in the club together again.
みんなで
With everyone.
私たちが一番楽しかった時
We'll
を
return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain her happy time so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind.
じゃあ
Well,
私
I
は
have
こ
to
れで
go.
行くね明日の準備がある
I
から
have to get ready for tomorrow. To tell the truth, I didn't want her to go. Really shows how quickly somebody can make an impact on you. Because even though it's been like 6 episodes, it's only been a few days. Oh yeah. Like in game. To tell the truth, I didn't want her to go. I wanted to stop her even if I had to grab her arm. But I couldn't stop her like that. If I grabbed her arms, you wouldn't trust me anymore.
待て
Wait,
レナ
Rena,
明日の準備って
what do you have to get ready for tomorrow?
内緒
It's a secret. Hello, Jay. Yes, I'm doing good. How are you? I might ask for your help later. You'll help me when I do, right? Of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell I was still on her side. I've been well, glad I could catch the stream. Glad to have you here. But I didn't know what her come from behind victory meant at this point. The first thing I could think of is that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. But I called Mion to warn her after Rena left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, "Why does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much?" But she understood the... And out here playing XCOM. But she understood the situation. It'd be easier if we really did act like the bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to a hospital. If it comes to that, guess we have no choice. But I want to believe her till the last second. She still had the strong heart to trust me no matter how badly she'd been driven into a corner. She's not like me, so I'm sure she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika have been talking about these days. Did something serious happen lately? You can say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion's a couple of days after the festival. I'm sorry, I've been talking crazy lately. Anyway, please don't lose confidence in Rena. Alright? You know I won't. Anyone can catch a cold of the heart sometimes. It just happened to Rena this time, that's all. Well, yeah, it's a relatively high fever, but I'm sure she'll get better soon, and we can laugh about this later. It's not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. Good night, radio. Sleep well. Not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. What silly Oishi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you know what. So we'll just say Rena overreacted a little bit, and this will be over. Really? You really think you can do that? Did you forget that I'm the next head of the Sonozaki family? I have both the skill and power to do that. This old man had a meeting with Oishi at a restaurant today, and we cleared up all the misunderstandings. Oishi was shaking in fear the whole time. Hey, I'm pretty good, don't you think? Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rena seems to be feeling, others seem to be taking it rather easily. It was all up to Rena now. If she understood everything, she could go back to the peaceful world she wished for. Honestly, not exaggerating very much, but he was taking more in anger than anything. Yeah, because he was like, "Oh, fuck. I got. We were waiting for her to reach out to us. Just like what we did by the abandoned car at the garage dump that day. Rena, I couldn't win. I couldn't win, but I know you can. Because you're the one... who told me to have faith until the end. So I know you can win. That didn't mean she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier. But Rena would win. She'd win and she'd regain her peaceful life. I hope that's the case, Keiichi. No. No, who would want that? Yeah? Okay. Now one more chapter.
もう明日なのです。
Tomorrow is the day.
あ
Oh.
あ
You mean the
私たち
day
は
we
命
die?
日今回も同じ顛末なのです。
It's going to end up the same way this time, just like last time.
そうかしら。
I don't know
よ
about
く似
that.
てるけど、いろいろと違う
It's
ところ
been
も
fairly
あったわ。
similar to the last one, but there were some things that were different too.
ケイチ、前のことを
Geiichi
覚え
remembered
て
what
るし
happened.
そんなことはありえないので
That's
す。
impossible.
覚えているわけ
There's no way he could remember.
知
I
ってい
mean,
るわけは
there's no
ない
way
の
he
です。
could know.
あんたが絶対にありえない
The more you say that it's absolutely impossible, the more it makes me feel like this is a real miracle.
思えるわね。どうせ今回は
There's
おし
nothing
ま
we
い
can
です。
do. It's going to end up the same way again.
おしまい。
I'm not sure about that.
もうすぐ終わる。
Yes, it will.
全部終わる。
Everything will be over.
そう。
When the Higurashi cry. Oh. They said the name. They said the thing. Let's go. What a Debbie Downer. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get a 6 twice or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. It's a fact of statistics. When you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater likelihood that the number will converge on an average. The truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Keiichi showed me a miracle, and it taught me it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average.
イラつく背中を見せるわね。
You'll think we'll never have a different ending, don't you?
そういう
I can
哀愁
tell,
でいっぱい。
because it's written all over your face.
私だって
I think so too.
どうせダメだろうと思って
I think we're going to have the same ending this time again.
最後のサイコロを投げるまで
But
私
I'm
は
not
諦め
going to give up hope until I throw the die for the last time.
ケイチが教えてくれた。
Keiichi taught me that.
今回は何かが違うわ。
Something is going to be different this time.
だからそれを信じてみる。
I'll try to believe that.
リカは本当に強いのです。
You're a very strong person.
まあね。
I
あん
know.
たよりはずっと若いし。
That's because I'm a lot younger than you.
リカ
Rika?
み
Me?
こんな時間に起きて
Why are you still awake?
夜更かしはダメでございましてよ。
You're really hitting with most gamblers quit before they win big.
ごめんなさいなのです。
I'm sorry.
寝苦しかったの
I
で
couldn't sleep, so I was
星を
looking
見
at
て
the
いただけなの
stars.
ですよ。
I ask myself that question. I ask myself that question every night. Why are you still awake? Mood. Sorry, I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking at the stars.
もう寝ますです。
I'm going to bed now.
そうなさいませ。
You still.
おやすみリカ。
Good night, Rika.
おやすみなのです。
Good night, Satoko. Alright, before we do the last chapter, I'm gonna take a water break real quick. I will be right back. Hello. I don't ask anymore, I just know before it installs control. Yeah. It might be. I really do need to like focus on sleeping more. Yes, I am back. Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Rena a lot.
どうしたのさ、ケイちゃん。
Sleep is good, but also for the weak. Maybe I am weak. Maybe I want to be weak then. Maybe being weak isn't so bad. Yeah. What's wrong,
さっきから
Kei-chan?
キョロキョロしてさ。
Why are you looking around? What?
なんでもないよ。
Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wonder what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. That's the AJR song. Mention. We're not gonna jump out with a machine gun and go full Rambo. I wouldn't be surprised if she did that, to be honest. She'd be scared. She's not good. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife.
大丈夫だって。
Don't worry.
レナがそんな短絡的なことをするわけないよ。
Rena isn't gonna do something as rash as
まあ
that.
仮にそうでも、自分
Even
の
if she
道さえ守れ
does,
る
I
から
can
ね。
protect myself. Rena said it brightly as if she was trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her, because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now. She probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if it meant she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action. But I can't deny that possibility either.
それよりおじさんが気にかかるのは、どうしてレナが急に変になっちゃったのか。
This
その理由の
old
方が
man's more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remember the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. I remember that we lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it was really a stupid thing. But once those tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was like a kind of disease. If you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand. And you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died.
親戚にお医者がいてね、ちょっと聞いてみたん
I
だ
have
け
a
ど、
relative who's a doctor.
脳とかに腫瘍ができて、たまたまそれが珍しいところだったりすると、
He said that if you have a tumor in specific parts of your brain, it can change your personality, make you into a totally different person.
大昔はこの病気が悪魔つきや狐つきなんて呼ばれて、オカルト的に脚色されてたこともあるんだってさ。
People who suffered from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatized it like it was something
って
occult.
ことはつまり脳という体の一部に起きた
You mean
肉体的な
Rena
病
is
気ってわけ
suffering
か
from a physical disease in her brain?
今回に関しては精神的と捉えてもいいかもしれないね。
In her case, it might be better to say it's a mental disease.
レナはリナ鉄平殺しの後かなり動揺していて心が不安定になってた時期があった。
Rena was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rina and Teppei.
そんな時期に大石のバカタレが富武さんたちの事件を大げさに吹き込むもんだから。
At a time like that, that stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomitake-san in an exaggerated
大
way.
石さんって人もさ高野さんのスクラップ帳に少し似てるとこがあるかもな。
Now that I think about it, in every single arc, as soon as Oishi starts talking to a character, that's usually when things start to get weird. That's when they start. That's usually when like the seeds of doubt start being planted. I think Oishi-san and Takano-san scrapbooks have many things in common. Yeah, it is. It's very strange. Like in every single arc, every second they talk to him.
へえ、どの辺が？
Things get weird. And technically, it's not like he's telling them anything particularly bad. Just asking them questions about the murders since they were the last people who saw them, but still. Really? Like what?
なんていうのかな。ひなみ沢村連続開始事件というものが存在しているというあたりについて。
Well, he believes in the series Mysterious Deaths in Hinamizawa, but it's a delusion, isn't it?
現に5年連続で起こってるのにこんなことを言うのもなんだけど。
I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row.
俺さ、もともと連
But
続
I
事件
think there's no series of
存在しない
murders
ん
in
じ
the
ゃないかって
first
思ってる。
place. It's true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks were a good example. They dramatized both the recent events and old cruel history. She made feasible stories about them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things in the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oishi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena.
その辺にはさ、何かあるごとに黒幕のように振る舞う園崎家の責任もあるんじゃねえのかな。
I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens.
この村では
In
何
this
かお
village,
かしなことがあれば
people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki family whenever something strange happens.
それで決着をつけられてしまう魔法の言葉になっちゃって
It's
る
like
ん
a
だよ。
magic word that makes everything settle down.
例えて言えばほら、この世
It's
の
like the
現象
people
は
who say they
全て
explain
プラズマで説明
they
でき
can
る
explain
み
all
たいな感じだよ。
all the phenomena in this world with plasma.
ほ
Oh,
う。つまりそれは
and
何
what's that
も
supposed to mean?
園崎家が全部悪いってわけ？
Are you saying all of this is the Sonozaki family's fault?
そうだ。
Exactly.
お前が全部悪い
It's。all your fault.
ミオン
I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on.
うわ、なんだかレスラーみたいな名前だ
Sounds like a
な。
wrestler's name.
ほうほう。プ
Huh?
ロレスラー
I
大い
like
に結構。
I like professional wrestlers.
そうだけいちゃん。コブラツイストって知ってる？
Hey Kei-chan, do you know what abdominal stretching is?
いやいやいや、やめろ。このクソ暑いのに。
Stop, I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot weather. Oh, that hurts. Take him out to dinner
お
first.
はようございますですわ、ケイチさん。
Good morning, Keiichi-san.
おはようなのです。
Good morning. Satsuko and Rika-chan looked a little sad that there are only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were noisy as usual, and nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon, and she'd start the morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of time until then.
今日は臭い。
Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows.
バカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑く
Well,
な
it'll
る
be
よ。
hotter in here if we do that. It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school isn't a normal school compared to others. They're using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes.
いやいや、こんなの大したことないって。
This is nothing.
いつだったかな。貝塚いぶきを剪定した枝葉をトラック山盛り何杯分か運び込んできたことがあってさ。
I remember they once brought a few big piles of juniper branches.
あれはひどかった。あの独特の刺激臭は頭痛を起こさせる
That
よね。
was awful. It had this distinct, irritating odor that gave us all headaches.
貝塚いぶきって何で
What's
す
a
か？
juniper?
み
Me.
お野菜の名前なので
That's
す。
the name of a vegetable.
たまにカレーに入ってますの
We
ですよ。
sometimes put it in curry.
今度スーパーに行ったら探してみろ。
You should look for it next time you go grocery shopping. Huh?
よくわかんないけど、最初はリカとケイチさんに毒味をさせた方が良さそう
I
だ
know a little about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika-chan and Keiichi-san taste it first, just in case.
あれ
What?
俺たちのボールがね。
Our ball is missing.
おじゃお前がまた
You hit it
隠したん
again,
だろ。
didn't you, Hojo? The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satsuko.
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？
Why would I hide such a stupid thing?
どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
If I was going to hide something, I'd hide anything. I'd hide something better in that. VTuber is a vegetable, you put them in stew. Nah.
ほらほら、先生来たよ。
Hey, Chie-sensei is
みんな
coming.
席に着きな。
Everybody take a seat.
はい、皆さん。
Hello,
席
everyone.
についてください。
Get to your seats. I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wondered what her come behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusions, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife. But I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the corps had been at their house since this morning. She told me she guarded herself too. There's a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano-san's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family. She needed to try to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left, thanks to the suspicious poison she mentioned. How exactly would she want to come from behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town's council were a group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It'd be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie clinic. Rina suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning. And that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did she mean that she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. Could she do that all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was he going to break into the clinic and get questionable, weird samples? The last problem of all of this was how much time she had left. She believed she didn't have much time left. Especially under desperate, disadvantaged conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought was an enemy. But Rena sounded like she really believed she could regain her happy, peaceful days after everything was over. And that probably meant that she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something in that antidote? Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about how much time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that in her delusion was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like Irie and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. Most of the board members happened to be there for her, and it'd be a perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break. If this were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, but can't actually deny the possibility. I'm going to call my house. I'll make sure that they send some people to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. Sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Rena-san is going to do such a scary thing. Are you sure she's going to attack the clinic? Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. But if that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent that disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay. I'll send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it, but you'll never know what's going to happen. What do you mean, fix yourself? Fix yourself in what way? Can we capture her by force if she does? Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops that we were going to give Rena Ryugu. to them right after we found her.
ですので、ひっ捕らえても一応筋は通ります。
So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble.
うちの対面じゃなくてレナの心情的に気の毒だなってこと。
Well, you're not gonna turn your whole life around before you go to bed. You can decide to start doing that, though. I'm worried about losing face. I just feel sorry for Rena.
できたら本当に
I really want to
静か
settle
に
this
静かに
calmly
約
if
束したいんだけど
possible.
ね。
まあ、お若いですから。
Well, she's still young.
人さえ殺さなければ。
As long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is apologize and everything will be fine.
じゃあアウトかもだ。
And she might be out of our hands.
あ、いえいえ。
Oh, I mean,
見
you
つから
know,
なければセー
as
フ
long
で
as
す。
they don't find out about it, she'll be safe.
セーフ、セーフ。
She'll definitely be safe.
雪宮の界隈では、あの二人の失踪を
Nobody
気に
really
する者
cares
は
about
い
the
ません。
disappearance of those two anyway. Yeah, Rena and Tepe, no one's gonna give two shits
何
about
かのや
them.
ばい話を踏んで、夜逃げしたんだろうということに
People
なってい
think that they
ます。
ran away somewhere because they did something wrong.
あの程度のゴロつき。
Those
次
things
から
happen all
次
the
へです。
time.
ですから、セーフ、セ
So
ーフ。
she's fine, don't worry about it.
アウトだのセーフだの。私ら野球
She's
部でもやっ
out,
て
she's
るわ
safe.
け。
What, are we playing baseball now?
まあいいや。それじゃあ
Anyways,
くれぐれもよろ
please
しく
just
お
be
願いします。
careful.
了解しました。
Will do.
では、ひっ捕らえてよろしいんですね。
So it's okay to capture her by force, right?
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。
Don't make any mistakes, you have to get
ク
her.
ロスプレーなんかにしないようによろしく頼みます。
Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder. Has she been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room? Chie-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話はリュウグウさんをめぐる話ですか？
Were you talking about Ryugu-san?
まあ、はい。
Yes?
園崎さん、リュウグウさんはどうして家出をしちゃったん
Sonozaki-san,
でし
do
ょ
you know why Ryugu-san ran away from home?
う？お友達として
You're
何か
close,
してはい
aren't
ませ
you?
んか？
It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the Cots made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believed the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. People in the village thought Rena did something wrong or was trying to run from the cops. That was going to be difficult for me. More than finding her was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor before they detain her. And how about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Oishi misunderstood something big time and thought she was a criminal. Too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything in the meeting the other day. We had to make the best of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was not make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ、先生。
Everything is going to be fine,
レ
Chie-sensei.
ナは今ちょっと病気になってる。
Rena is a little sick now, that's all.
それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。
A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted
ま
around.
さか先生、レナが悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。
Serious, Marstream's been getting a lot of love. Need to watch more of them? Huh? I don't think my ASMR streams are anything special, but I'm happy that there are people who enjoy them. You don't believe that Rena did something wrong as she's trying to run from the police, do you?
それはもちろんですけ
Of
ど、
course not.
でも
But
家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考え
all
れば
the videos,
悪くない
yeah?
ということはありません。
same thing with the videos. I don't think I think, especially compared to a lot of the ASMR artists that I listen to, I feel like I have a long way to go. Of course not. But making your family worry by running away from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father, and she ran away from home for a while. She acted childless, and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。
I wonder if she had... Comparing yourself to others is no good. It depends. After all, I think it's good if you... I don't think just comparing to yourself is enough. I think it's good to be like, I want to work hard and get there someday. That's what I think. As long as you're not too obsessive over it, I think it's okay. I wonder if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about.
それに気づけなかった
I must be a bad teacher because I never realized it.
一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかった
I wish I could have sat down and talked with the Yuka-san before this all happened. Hey, Sensei, you're taking it too seriously.
もうちょっと
You
リラッ
need
クス
to
リラッ
relax.
クス家でなんて
It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. Yeah, definitely.
竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって
Oh no. What am I going to do if Yuka-san becomes one of those bad kids who starts doing really bad things? Oh. Rena, never. Yuka-san becomes a bad kid. That ship sailed. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. She about to spiral into Delulu land too. Yeah, real estate in Delulu land must be just so. It's just must be hella cheap because everybody's buying a house there. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang.
はいもしもし
Hello,
ひなみ沢文庫でございます
this is the Hinamizawa Brand School. She had to answer the phone all day because the principal was on a business trip. I exited into the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What?
今どこにいるんですか
Where are you right now? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It's probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie gestured at me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the
わ
clock.
かりました
Okay,
今からすぐ行きます
I'll be there.
先生との約束
I'm your
ですよ
teacher. You promised me, alright? She really said that. She said only that. Put the phone down and got her purse out of her locker.
院長
Class
先
president,
生は休養が
I have an emergency to take care
し
of.
ばらく表へ出
I'm
ます
going out for a while, so please have everybody study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena somewhere.
先生今の電話はレナ
Chie-sensei, was that Rena?
以上です
That's all.
よろしく頼みますよ院長
You're in charge of the class, okay? Hello, drugstore cowboy. How you doing? Posture check? Ugh. Ooh, I need a stretch. I be I was looking at the you, me, and her game directory, and there was this Spanish-speaking dude playing the full 18 plus version on Twitch. What? That is insane. Crazy. She Sensei completely ignored me, and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. Work tomorrow, so you're gonna lurk? Okay. Have a good night. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. It had a huge PNG covering all the stuff, but you could hear all the sound. Hey yo. You're kind of skirting the lines with that one, Chief. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window. How are you doing, milady? Everything is quiet so far. I know. But I need you to follow the car that just left. I think she's going to meet Rena. Understood? Rena is very paranoid, so you need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. You better not get her hurt. Rena must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I had a bad feeling. I did feel bad for ruining their promise. But it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there'd be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road, and it chased after Chie's car at full speed. I watched until the car was gone. All I could do was pray for this to be settled calmly. Pay attention, everyone. We need to study by ourselves for the rest of class today. So get back to your desks and study quietly. Self-studying? Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly. Rena just called. What? Really? She just called the teacher's office. I think Chie-sensei went to meet with Rena. Rena, I wonder what she's going to do. I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguards to follow Chie-sensei's car. I feel bad for Rena, but we're going to capture her by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So if they catch her, is everything going to be over? Yeah. We'll send her to the hospital. If a doctor sees her, I'm sure they'll find a special kind of disease or something. It'll be an obsessive psychosomatic disorder or whatever. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. Problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. In the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. Happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. It looked like she already thought everything was over. Well, that just didn't sound right to me. I didn't have any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. Hello, Pixel Dude. Nothing much, we just vibing. While I was thinking about it, the door opened, and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. Oh no. Oh no, we're so fucked. Because the teacher has left, and the bodyguards have left. We're fucked. Oh god. With Rena. Rena? Everybody stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of a student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same the one she had from the other night. It's a toy, baby. Yeah, there's no coming back from this. There's no coming back from this. She's fucked. She's cooked. Everybody immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage. Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desks to the side. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Shit, here we go again. Like, maybe, I guess Rena's gonna have to change her Twitter handle again. Just Ren? Or are you just gonna be Ren now? You know, Ren Killer 69. Get rid of the A because A is for awful things, right? Get rid of the A. I'm Ren. I'm not Ren. I'm not Reina Ryugu, and I'm not Rena Ryugu. Just Ren. Just Ren. Different person. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. Mi-chan, you're the class president. Tell everyone to move to the center. Rena, what are you doing? Bam. A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with the hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh, she broke it. Jay said she's gonna be mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell? I knew I couldn't trust you, Mi-chan. I'm going to ask Keiichi-kun then. You're my only friend, right, Keiichi-kun? So I can trust you, can't I? Rena, your eyes. You look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too, and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, He's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively. Eiichi-kun, make them move the desks to make room in the middle.
わかった。
Okay,
みんな、
everybody,
レナが言うのに従おう。
let's do what Rena says. Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode at any minute. Once she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right. Just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Neon. I think it's a LARP sword. Don't worry. It's just styrofoam. What led to this? Rena has a history of paranoid delusions. And they kind of came back. So yeah, and yeah, more of the paranoia. Honestly, it seems like they've come back and they're worse than they were before. It seems much worse. Everybody went all quiet and while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted it. Rena, saying that we were moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at most in the school. Eiichi-kun, can you get out the jump ropes from the lockers? Use them to tie your classmates up.
俺、縛るのが
I'm not
下
good
手
at
くそなんだ。
tying knots.
多分、上手に縛れないぞ。
Well, it's definitely an empty threat. What's the worst thing she can do? Stab us? Yeah. Bruh, what are you gonna do? Chop me up with the hatchet? Yeah. Whatever. Nod. What? I'll check one by one if you tied them up well enough. If I find the ropes loose, I'll kill the person. So you better tie them up really well. Something that you should remember. This is a mixed school. So like it's not like grades, it's like kids of all ages are here. And a lot of the kids here are very, very small. So this is like really bad. We were still kids. We all saw the word kill. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. We should be more afraid of someone holding a giant hatchet than someone holding a gun. Yeah, it's definitely more intimidating. So normally I assumed we'd be used to hearing the word kill. But when Rena said that she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I'd never heard something like that before in my life. Because she's not joking. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why do we use like such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Gonna be giving little kids life trauma. Let's go. It'll make them strong. A little bit of trauma never hurt anybody. It builds character. Anyway, there are about 20 students in the class. That was a bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockets. All of you, get on the floor. It's your room. You can start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tightly. You're on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tying down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. Or cleaver. It's a hatchet. It's a hatchet. There were more than 20 students in the class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. It's a weapon of war, not some survival tool. Well, it's perfect for holding an entire classroom of small children hostage, so... And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. So, who would win? 100? So, who would win? 100 grade schoolers or one Rena with the hat? That's too much, I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured or maybe even die. Yeah, it's a hatchet with a crow beak style for splitting wood, I think. Ah, I see. You go with the Skywalker's butt. The reason Rena is doing this is because Rena has paranoid schizophrenia. It's not outwardly stated. They don't use that word. They don't like use the word paranoid schizophrenia, but it's very much implied in the way that she acts and her what's it called? Her medical records that you read throughout the story, that like she has that. I mean, like, the word isn't said in the story. It's obvious because she was hospitalized for a similar for that years ago before moving here. Anyway, she has fallen into a delusion that there is a parasite, that the Sonozaki family, which is a very prominent family in Hinamizawa, is plotting bioterrorism by unleashing and they want to release a parasite to take control of the entirety of Japan. But however, the real mastermind behind that is not just the Sonozaki family. It's actually aliens. And the reason she thinks all that is because she read a bunch of conspiracy theories from the town's local crazy auntie. And that's why we're here. You should eat another parasite to try to get immunity. Oh. No, she's not a conspiracy theorist. She believes on that because she read conspiracy theorists from the local crazy conspiracy theorist auntie who is dead. But she's dead for like completely different reasons. Rena didn't kill her. Nobody knows what killed her. It's for nobody knows. But yeah. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to leave peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. Daddy, you're being annoying. This is a very well written character, very well written story, and just because you pop in every hour, doesn't mean you get to say stupid shit like that. Okay, shut the fuck up. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiant. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, that was mean. I like Rena a lot. She's my favorite character. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Or worse, Rena had done that before. Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. Oh yeah, she's killed before. She doesn't care. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent a bloody tragedy. Rena best derp, yes. If we could somehow solve this situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might be able to pretend that this never happened. At least we can make sure at the least we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Let's do as Rena says. Kei-chan. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor, and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hand. All my classmates were laying face down on the floor, while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching my every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all. Keiichi-kun, there are many things I want you to help me with. So hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's alright, everyone. It's alright, everyone. Keiichi-kun will save you. So nobody is going to die. Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I couldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first. But there's risk there, as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman. She probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk in private, in order to lure her out someplace far from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chie-sensei must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make that phone call from? Probably used the phone in the school. No, not in school to be exact. She probably used the phone in the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service buildings, but this particular location was more of a branch office. So it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she had probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chie-sensei leave the school. I don't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday, saw the principal's schedule, and learned how to call the phone from the first floor to the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was actually really calm. She was possessed by her own delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. She still could think fast. I knew that very well, because I had been through the same thing before. What's worse was that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it, everything seems to be working out in her favor. I'm done. I tied up the last person and looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cried made me feel useless. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi-kun, but I'll make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. And I'm saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill whoever stood up and one more person randomly to set an example. It's not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. I'll kill the person who didn't listen to me, add 10 to his or her student number, and kill that person too. Sorry, it was a joke. Sorry, I didn't mean to stand up. I got too silly. I got too silly. For example, let's say Okumura-kun didn't listen to
そう
me.
すると出席番号
I'd kill him and Watanabe-kun
渡辺くんが一緒に殺されちゃう。
because his number is 11.
わかる？
I was cheering for you, brilliant Rena. Yeah, yes, Gaga, slay, mamas. Have to stand up. I'll always be killing two of you at the
食べ
same
たっ
time.
ても自分の命一つじゃ責任が取れないってこと。よーく胸に刻んでおくんだよ。
So you'd better remember. Sorry, my legs needed stretching. You better remember that you involve another person's life besides your own when you attempt to stand against me. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But if you're responsible for somebody else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody else's life with your own decisions.
全員ちゃんと縛れてるね。
Everybody's tied up nice and tight.
圭一くん、縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど。
You said you weren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi-kun.
自信持っていいよ。
You should be proud of yourself.
じゃあ、圭一くんは立って。
Well, you can stand up now. It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. No. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the come from behind victory you were talking about. Nah, that ship sailed, sunk, and is keeping the Titanic company right now. Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Okinomiya PS all vehicles. Okinomiya PS all vehicles. A hostage situation has broken out at the Hinamizawa Forest Service building. There are reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service building immediately. Oh god, they've been there for hours. Kuma-chan, sorry I'm late. How did they get word? I don't know.
ご苦労様っす。
Hello, sir.
本日午後1時頃、南沢エリン署内の
Today around 1 p.m., the Hinamizawa Branch School's classroom was taken over.
当時教室にいた生徒25名
All 25 students have been taken hostage.
犯人側の
The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry into the Branch School's property and to secure a hotline to us. So they were willing to negotiate with us from the start? What's going on?
あと犯人は交渉人に大石さんを指名してます。
Also, the suspect is asking for you, Oishi-san.
犯人は竜宮玲奈。
It's Rena Ryugu. Ryugu-san? Very well. We seem to be inseparable, huh? I'll be dealing with her until the end. Guys, Rena, who do you think is the best character? Character I really liked. I like Rika. She's very mysterious. I feel like there's quite a lot to her that we don't know yet. Keiichi is also honest. I think Keiichi is a pretty good protagonist still. Yes, hi, hello. OG Wang Waffle, thanks for becoming a pack rabbit. Meepa! Yeah.
竜宮玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。
We don't know if she has any
カーテン
accomplices.
が閉められ
The
ている。
curtains are closed and we can't confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told us about this? No, Rena Ryugu declared it herself. Oh, so that's how they know. Okay. Hello, hi. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Your teacher received a call from Rena Ryugu as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned, huh? Has anyone from the forestry service seen the taken hostage? Nobody from the forestry service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. That number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Plus the suspect, huh? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Reina Ryugu? No. We've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but it was the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least one or two more of them, though. Well, Julia is doing it by herself. Rena Ryugu was truly a believer in Nyalpaca scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Rena Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Oishi also believed in Mio's solution. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Rena Ryugu. Oishi-san, the principal and the teacher are here. Hello, Chie-sensei. Are you okay? Oishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief huddled to her face. Rena-chan is a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some mistake. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Ryugu-san's recent behavior. But when it comes to Ryugu-san, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie-sensei was huddled over, and Oishi didn't think that he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Mr. Oishi, please. If possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I will take the place of the children. How do I say my name? Alright, I'll type it out for you. Like that. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Please don't blame yourselves. I have things I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate it if you cooperated. Bochi-kun, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takasugi is on the radio. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, how goes things? Kumagai-kun informed me of the situation. The suspect is underage, huh? Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Reina Ryugu since the parasite incidents from the other day. I bet she still thinks you're her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. I really don't want to, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I'll have to do this to make up for it. Oishi-san. Reina Ryugu's on the car phone. That was faster than expected. I'll go to it. Thank you. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san?
どうも竜
Oh
宮
my
です
god, her text is completely red now. This is Ryuko. Hello. This is
車
Oishi.
載電話って電波とかが悪いん
Is
で
the
すか
signal weak on your car phone?
たまにちょっと聞こえに
It's
くくな
kinda
り
hard
ま
to
すね
hear. Just like me, it's getting old. Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. The cord extended further to the phone on the podium of the
では
classroom.
本題に入りますね
Let's get down to
まず
business.
最初にあなたが交渉人たる資格があるか確認します
I'll check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay? Shoot.
大石さんは私
You're
の
my
仲間
ally,
です
aren't you, Oishi-san? Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonosaki together. You and me. Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do.
圭一君も一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね
You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun?
今は信じるでしょ
But you do know now, right? Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor facing away from me, his head resting in his
今は
hands.
もう私の仲間で
We're
味方
comrades
だ
now,
もん
huh?
ね
あ
Yeah,
あそうだ
that's right. Whenever Yuka asked Keiichi Maebara if he was our comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was he trying to tell me that Keiichi Maebara was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? Maebara-san is your ally too, huh? Think my dog likes your voice? He fell asleep listening to you? That's so cute. That makes me happy. That's nice. But you weren't suspicious of Maebara-san for a while? Yep.
モデルガンの事件を聞いて
When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe
で
it.
も過去の事件で
But we can't let the
今は
past
損
fool
なっちゃい
us.
けないそれらを踏み台にして
We have to learn from the
私た
past
ち
in
がよ
order
り
to
良い
grow.
理想の自分になれるように
It's very good. You're absolutely right about that.
だから私たちは
That's why we forgave each other.
だから圭一君の
So I
ことは
don't doubt Keiichi-kun
私はもう
anymore.
疑わない圭一君は仲間
Keiichi-kun is my comrade. I understand. Therefore, Keiichi-kun is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello to him for me.
後で言っておきますね
Sure, I will. Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Toot toot. Nayushi da yo. Can he come to the phone? The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure.
いいよ
Here he
圭
is.
一君
Keiichi-kun.
大石さんから電話だよ
Oishi-san wants to talk to you. I heard something rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし
Hello?
前原で
This is Maebara. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maebara must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryugu's orders. Hello, Maebara-san. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya police station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together.
はい
Yes,
よろしくお願いします
let's do this together. What is Ryugu-san doing right now?
教室の中を歩いてます
She's walking around the classroom. Maebara-san, please say yes if your answer is yes. And yeah if your answer is no. Do you know what Ryugu-san wants? Yeah. The answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maebara wasn't Rena Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How could he Yuki help someone who couldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. Are you Rena Ryugu's ally? No, let me change the question. Are you being threatened by Rena Ryugu? Yes. There you go. The other guys in the car listening to our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Rena Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line. See? Keiichi-kun is my ally, isn't he? Yes, you were right. It's very promising. Okay, now it's your turn to talk, Oishi-san. How are the simultaneous raids on the Sonozaki family going? Remember? You promised me when we talked on the phone before. Have we found the secret research facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted the raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We're speaking to the prefectural office as well as the public safety division. We're talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it. You're taking too long. Oishi-san, do you not realize what kind of emergency situation Shishibone City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi-san, you do believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Right? Please answer me. Of course I am. But the police department is a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best, I really am. The thing is, this thing is on a really, really big scale. Oishi-san, they poisoned me recently. With the parasites that killed Tomitake-san. They poisoned me with them. I've been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw out my throat and die at any moment. And you're telling me you're still preparing? I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of a conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body. Got poisoned with liquid all over my body, and I was bound to die soon. Die the same way as Tomitake-san. I'm sorry, I really am doing my best. But everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? You need proof? You know, Oishi, if Oishi had a dime for every time he's talked to somebody clawing out their throat on a phone, he'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird when he happened twice. That's true. Mio-san scrapbooks. Maybe that's what I need. That's what I need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not make it till tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay. I'll give you Mio-san's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen. Ah, that should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi-san, do your best. No.
絶対によろしくお願い
You must take care of it. Please.
わかりました。
Of course.
信頼してください。
Trust me.
必ずや奴らの陰謀
I'll
を
expose their conspiracy.
でも
I knew the police would take too long to get things
そう
moving.
なんだろうなと
They're in an organization after all.
だからちょっと強引な
That's
や
why
り
I'm
方だ
doing
けど
this, to make
こ
them
んな形
understand.
を取らせてもらったんです。大石さんは私に要求され
You
て
have an
仕方なく
excuse
や
now.
っているというなんとかこのチャンスを
Please
有
use
効
this
に
chance
生かして
wisely.
ありがとうご
Thank
ざい
you.
ます。必ずや
You can
あ
count
なた
on
の期
me.
待に添えるよう努力します。ではどうしましょう。
So, Slee, thank you for becoming a pack rabbit. Welcome. Thank you. You can count on me. How should we do this?
私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
Do you want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me in the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Rena Ryuki was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague.
さすがに私がこの場
Can't
を
really
離れ
leave the
るわけにはいか
classroom,
ないので
so I'll have Keiichi can deliver them to
圭
you.
一君に持って行かせます
Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen.
もしやって
What do you mean? Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family already knows about what's going on there. I'm sure they didn't expect you to do something like this, so they might come to shut you up.
口封じ
Shut me up?
それって
Do you mean
狙撃です。
by shooting you?
その雑家のヒットマンは多分
A hitman from the Sonozaki family may try to put a stop to this by
狙
sniping
撃し
you.
ようと企むでしょう。
Maybe don't say that when a member of the Sonozaki family, aka Mion, is literally in the room and being held hostage as well.
だからあなたは表に出ない方がいい。
No, unless everybody in the game that's died. Anytime I play a game where people die, I like to keep track of it with a kill count. That's why you shouldn't come outside.
窓にも近づかないでください。
Don't even go near the windows.
さっきから何度か顔
I
を
saw
出
you
してくる
peeping out a window, but you shouldn't do that.
そこを撃たれてし
They
まう。
might fire at any time.
ちょっと
Wait a minute.
周りには警察がいる
Aren't there policemen around?
そんなの
Can't you stop that from
ない
happening?
ですか
防げるなら防ぎ
I
ま
mean,
す。
what if we could?
ですがね、周り
But
の
it's
視界
so
が
open
良すぎ
around
ます。
here.
訓練を受けた
A
方が
well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters.
ましてやあなたもご存知の通り、
Where's
その
the...
雑家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺
What are
技
you,
術
the
に関しては
Grim
特
Reaper?
に習得しています。
It can specialize in assassination technique. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques.
奴らは侮らないでください。
Don't underestimate them.
その雑家の陰謀を暴く
I
に
need you to help to expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family.
わかりました
I understand.
忠告をありがとうございま
Thank
す
you for your warning.
どうせ明日まで持たない
Even if my life is to end
今
tomorrow,
終わらせるわけには
I
いきま
can't
せん
die now.
そうですともそう
That's
ですと
right.
いいですか。くれぐ
Under
れ
no
も
circumstance
窓
should you
から顔を
peek
覗
out
か
the
せないで
windows, okay?
用心してください。
Very careful. The phone conversation ended. Rena Yuiga was going to let Keiichi Maebara deliver the scrapbooks.
さっき書いたやつ用意できてますね。
Did you get what I wrote on the memo already?
OK です。
Yes, we got
う
it.
まく渡せますかね。
Do you think it'll work?
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して。
I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek out the windows. Yeah, I do... I stream visual novels, generally on Wednesdays and Fridays, and then on Thursdays... I stream visual novels on Tuesdays and Fridays, and then on Wednesdays and Saturdays, I do gaming streams. I usually play, like, really long games. We just finished up our playthrough of Persona 4 Golden. Mostly finished. We have some in-game stuff to do. A little while before that, we finished Danganronpa as well. Yeah. I do want to do like more trigger-based ASMR streams. However, I don't have the right equipment for that at the moment, so. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry your dog woke up. I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek out the windows.
見てるでしょうね。
I'm sure she'll have her eyes open though.
そこはうまくやります。
I'll work around it. Story game are you gonna play next? I love the VNs, I'm glad. I think it's a toss-up because I want to play the Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative. I started that, but we haven't really got into that proper. And then there's Rain Code is also a game that I was thinking about getting into. Also Persona 5. Persona 5 Royal is also a game that Persona 5 might be the next game that we play. It might be the next long playthrough on this channel. Also I do like to play horror games too. That's something I enjoy. I like scary things. Persona 5 is really fun and engaging, yeah? I'm thinking about that one being the next one. I think so. Hope we get a Persona 3 stream sometime. Honestly, I'm liking the Persona series a lot. I can't believe like I played it until now. It's actually crazy to me that I haven't played the Persona series games until now. I've been missing out. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation.
じゃあケイチ君
Okay, Keiji-kun.
これとても大切なスクラップ
Fucking
帳
ran a jump scare. Here are the scrapbooks. Their contents are very important.
園崎家の陰謀と奴ら
They are
の
proof of the
侵略の証拠を
Sonozaki
暴く
family's conspiracy, and the police used them as evidence to conduct a raid.
大石さんに渡してきてね
Just keeps getting worse. She does. My moment jump scare. Please take this to Oishi-san, okay?
渡したらすぐに戻ってくる
And when you give it to him, I'm right back.
見てるからね
I'm watching
変
you.
なことをしたら怒るからね
If you do something you aren't supposed to do, I'll be angry. Rena took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. She cast a sidelong glance at me on.
みーちゃんにも後で話すよ
I'll tell you about these later, Mi-chan.
みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を
I'll
企
tell
んでい
you
る
all
か
about what a scary conspiracy your family is planning.
ひょっとすると
Or maybe you
もう知っ
already
てる
know,
のかも
huh?
しれないけどねじゃあケイチ君行ってきて
Dang, lady, back up, right? You're in my bubble. She's in my bubble. Anyway, go on, Keiji-kun.
校庭の真ん中まででいいよ
Just go halfway into the schoolyard.
余計な立ち話とかしちゃダメ
And don't say
ケ
anything.
イチ君は持っていくだけだから
You're just
無言でいい
delivering the
おしゃ
scrapbooks.
べり禁止だからね
Don't talk, okay?
おしゃべりしたら
If you do,
知恵先生なら T 定規で叩くけど
if it was Chie-sensei, she'd slap you with a ruler.
なんで叩いちゃおうかな
But, what should I use instead? I just imagine she's pretty much pressing her forehead to his. Yeah. It's like... It's like... He's like... This is her right now. You better not. If it was Chie-sensei, she'd slap you with a ruler. But, what should I use instead?
分かってるよ。無言で持っていくから。
Alright.
その中
I
を
won't
下ろ
even
せ
say a word. Come on, put the hatchet down.
俺は うレナの仲間だ。
I'm your ally, right?
仲間だったら信用
Trust
しろ
me.
な。
Okay?
そうだね。
Yeah, you're right.
仲間だから信用す
I
る。
trust you.
だから
So,
裏切らないでね。
please don't betray me, okay? Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me that she didn't trust me. Legendary Yankari. Well, even at this rate, she knew that she shouldn't in this rate, she also knew that she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That's why she didn't tie me up.
じゃあ行ってくる。
Okay, I'll be going.
すぐ戻るよ。
I'll be right back.
よろしくね。
Okay. Alright, let me get out of your space. I walked past my friends who were laying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were faithful. Some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run. And some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. It's funny, he sits outside and gets no scope. It gets 360 no scope, and Mr. Delisos is like, damn, I was just trying to scare her. I didn't think they're actually gonna snipe her. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry and just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi-san.
前原圭一さんですね。
Do you plan to make any new Higurashi ASMR RP? I love the Rena RP. Oh, I have a Shion RP in the works, actually, yeah. Yeah, I have a Shion audio. I'm glad you liked it, though. I'm quite proud of how the Rena RP turned out. I really like it. I really liked it. It's one of the few times where I made something and I was like, I like it. I'm proud. I cooked. Are you Keiichi Meibara-san? Hello, I'm Oishi from Okinomiya
クラちゃん
Station.
と呼んでくださっても。
You can call me Kura-chan.
すみません
Sorry.
レナからその何も喋らずにこれを
Rena
渡せ
told
って
me
言わ
not
れ
to
てます
talk and just give these to you.
だから
And our RP is really good. I'm glad. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I tried my best. So please take them in silence.
わかりました。
I understand.
それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。
These are scrapbooks, huh?
お預かりします。
I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oichi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Huh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them one at a time. At that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。
Don't worry.
校舎はあなたの背中ですから。竜宮さんが窓から見てたとして、
Even if Ryuko was
今
watching,
のやりとりは見え
the
ていませ
building
ん
is behind you. She couldn't have seen that.
何なんですか
What is
こ
this?
れは
I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything. But whatever it was pretty heavy for its size.
あなたへのメモもあります。
I have a memo for you too.
教室へ戻る途中で、
On your way
竜宮
back
さ
to
ん
the
に見つからないようにこっそり読んで
Please read it without Ryuko-san noticing. feel like you really understand Rihanna's character too, so that helps a lot. Yeah, I do like her a lot. So when I was doing an RP of her, I wanted to do her justice. Go on now.
これ以上は不信がられます
So that's suspicious. I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. That didn't mean she wasn't peeking through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena had checked and found the door unlocked, it would cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There's no way she'd come down this way. If she was alone and she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for her chance. Make more Rena ones too? Sure, why not? Half joking you, do you? I mean, why not? If people, I'm always open to suggestions if people want a particular character or scenario within reason, of course. But if you want more, if people want more Rena audios, then like sure, I can do it. At the entrance then was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece. Extreme happiness noises. That's good. Something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. Funny Samarwan Ibishi on having a crash out at some fast food workers because he said no pickles on his burger. He asked for no pickles. There's also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written on it in small print. Dear Meibara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held on the button and the gas sprayed from the nozzle. Excuse me, I do believe he asked for no pickles. What kind of establishment is this? You know my uncle owns this establishment. Okay, I am going to tell him about this. She somehow finds a way to blame Oreo for it's that stupid hag. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. That's why Satoshi got pickles in his fucking burger. How dare she? Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring to know that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now impossible for me to stop Rena. It was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget that there's a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure you use it. Oishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It's probably one of those grown-up issues. The cops trusted me solely with the fate of the hostages, and I failed, they'd be held liable. So he gave me a weapon, and he made me consider its use. Buckets really do be hammer sprays, huh? Bro's got an old radio brick with an earpiece, a can of pepper spray, and a telescopic police baton. Well, yeah, men's pants have very, very deep pockets. Women's pants, honestly, 9 times out of 10, it's the pockets in women's pants are just for show. I think it's because like the designers just assume like, oh, well, women have purses. Women have purses, so they don't really need pockets. They'll just put everything in their purse. Do I have a purse? Yes. But you know why I carry a purse? Because nothing fits in my pockets. The fucking pants makers and purse companies are in cahoots with each other. Really walk around with a multi-tool, no sweat hammer on it, my phone, a pair of wireless earbuds, and a charger, a wallet. Yeah, I could never. That's not gonna fit in my pockets. Men's pants have normal size pockets. I wouldn't know. It's nothing. Nothing. No pockets. You can stick like your pinky finger in there. That's it. So whilst he gave me a weapon, it's got enough room for like maybe one AirPod. While he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. Big ass man pant pockets. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That's why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I going to do? What should I do, Keiichi Maebara? Did I want to fight with Rena? Renbo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. Mama also said that I need to aim for her face. It's not going to be easy, shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? Well, that's what I'd have to do if I'd have any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I did. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. At least there wouldn't be any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again. You should just walk in and be like, "Hey, Rena, said before you kiss, close your eyes." What could possibly go wrong? I mean, I was thinking that too. I was thinking like maybe like try to riz her up. We should just try to riz her up. I don't know. That might work. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. It was almost there. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Neon, my room was covered in blood. mean, Colt Bros called the magician of words, right? You can put that charisma stat to work. Exactly. And it's got level 100 charisma. Okay, Renee, I got a gift for you. Now just close your eyes and hold out your hands. Steals your hatchet. I mean, I think yes. Try to raise her up. Charisma, roll for charisma. As long as you don't get a critical failure, everybody dies. Copied on her. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit. I felt dizzy. This was all a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi-kun. Did Oishi-san say anything? Oh, what is this smell? Saw the random junk in his way down his steps. We could all wait for longer than it is. Oh, she could attempt to raise him up first. Roll for charisma. Roll for persuasion? What is the smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to the corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. Hey Mion, I know you like Keiji, so I'm gonna pull one out of Shion's playbook and raise him up in front of you while you have to sit in the cockpit. It said gasoline on the side, written in marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too? How could she? I see. This was like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Rena, what do you think you're doing? Am I cooked or something? Because I smell gasoline and the smell of diesel. Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. I don't want to barbecue everyone either. So I just hope this will just end as a joke. Rena showed off the lighter. Obviously she was trying to threaten me. I heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate. They say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. Rena, my dearest crazy ginger, can we stop referring to corpses or soon-to-be corpses with food threats? If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I have been put in a disadvantaged position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but it couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know she realized it, But the kind of lighter she would keep... But she didn't realize it, but she had the kind of lighter that would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she had to do was light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi-san gave me already lost all its power.
保険なんて大丈夫だろ
What do you mean insurance?
大石さんはスクラ
With
ップ帳
those
があれば
scrapbooks, Oishi-san will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose the conspiracy.
あのスクラップ帳だけで
Do you really think those scrapbooks are enough?
お役所ってのは
I know the government won't move nearly quickly enough. Rena was talking as if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks. Thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she pressured the police by letting them know about the gasoline.
とりあえずは大石さんを信じ
Let's trust Oishi-san for now.
あとは家宝を待つだけ
We should just wait to hear from him, okay?
そうだね
Yeah, that's right.
じゃあさっきの話の
Okay
続
then,
きをす
let
る
me
か
pick
な
up where I left off.
それでね
Anyway,
その寄生虫は長い時間を
those
経る
parasites became harmless with the passage of time,
でもそれでは面白
but
くな
some
い人
people
たち
didn't like that.
それがひなみ沢御三家なの
Think this whole thing would be solved if she gave Rena a Snickers? After all, you're not you when you're hungry. That's true, she hasn't eaten or slept in days. She's just been going on a Delulu rant to the class the entire time. Yeah, while spreading gasoline around the entire classroom, yes.
だから彼らは
Therefore, Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi know what was going on.
すごい匂いだよな
What a smell.
ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまける
Scattering a whole pourable blank tank of gasoline? I was pretending to mumble to myself, so I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me.
車のクラクション聞きたいな
Be nice if I heard a car honk.
熊ちゃん
Kuma-chan, honk the horn. Kumagai honked the horn once
ガ
quickly.
ソリンとは参った
Gasoline, huh?
これでさっきから
That
なんとなく
explains
感
the
じてた
smell.
多分この後の
I'm sure
要
she's
求を通
intending
すた
to
めの
use it to
切り
get
札
what
にす
she
るつ
wants.
もりでしょうね
熊ちゃん
Kuma-chan.
普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方を
People
したら
usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank of gasoline, right?
さあ多分
Well, probably, but I'm not sure.
小宮山君営林署の人まだ返してない
Is there still someone here from the forestry service
ちょっ
here?
と呼んでもらえます
Could you get him?
なるほどね
I
警
see.
告にはちゃんと
Those
ガソリン
cans
と
have
明記してある
gasoline written on
灯
them.
油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある
Well, hi, Killwolf. How are you? Do plastic kerosene cans have kerosene written on them? Speaking from personal experience, lack of sleep will really screw you up. I went through a period of time where I didn't sleep for days at a time and was losing my mind, so I can only imagine Rena with everything going on inside her head there. Yeah.
はい
Yeah.
中身を間違えたら大変ですから
We don't want to mix them up. We don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いない
So what my bar called gasoline is really
蛍
gasoline.
光管は何リットルのサイズがあったんですか
What are you doing, Killwolf? Are there different sized carrying cans?
18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと
Oishi
記憶
needs
して
to
ます
dig through his emergency snack supplies to help Rena calm down. Yeah. Rena, you need You need a nice meal and a melatonin gummy. Go to bed. 18 liter. That's good to hear. The wolf. 18 liter and 5 liter, I think.
5リットル用って多分
5 liter ones are rather flat in shape, aren't they?
え
Yes.
真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がつい
It's
て
red and flat with a handle.
前原圭一はポリタンクという
My bar Casey called it a portable tank.
18リットルの方で
Do
しょ
you
うか
think it's the 18 liter type?
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで
Maybe he called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape?
ポリタンクという言い方をしたのかもしれない
Honestly though, like half the reasons he's gone so far is probably because he's barely had anything to eat and sleep. Yeah.
でもどの道本当にガソリンだとしたらかなり危険なことになります
Either way, if it's really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. It's an even bigger threat. What's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline's fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. So in other words, inside the closed rooms, fumes would fill up the space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
熊ちゃん危険物
熊ちゃん
第4類とか
Do you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials?
いえ
No.
気化ガソリンが危険だってことは理解してるんですが
This is a very long chapter. I'll keep going for like a little bit longer, but I guess we'll finish the rest next week. I wasn't aware of how long the last chapter was. No, I know gasoline fumes are dangerous though. I don't know any more than that.
18リットルと5
Prepare for the worst case scenario. I want to find out the difference in scale between the 18 liter and 5 liter.
そうだじじいに聞いてみよう
I know, ask the old
あ
guy.
一緒に連絡して
Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from Forensics Department is still here?
おお話は聞いちょるぞ
Oh, I've heard what's going on.
犯人に直接
A criminal requested you, huh?
リーチ一発振り込みドカーンってところじゃの
Well, we were on top of that too. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, do you know about 4th class hazardous materials?
お強んか
4th class, huh?
ここにいる人間
If we had
全員
everyone
貸せば
here,
講師じゃぞい
we know everything about hazardous materials. Yeah, this is the last chapter, fairly certain. I think we're about halfway through. Okay. Yeah, then we can finish it. We can finish
ガソ
it
リンでも
next
巻いて籠
Tuesday
城し
then.
とるんか
And then it'll be done before my vacation. Let's go. Did the suspect spread the gasoline or something? That's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages, supposedly. And the suspect spread gasoline throughout the... Supposedly, the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom. No, it's our fault for telling too many brainwash jokes and distracting you for it. On behalf of chat, we humbly apologize. No, it's okay. I like your guys' jokes. It's fun. It's a long chapter, though. Yeah, because there'll be the post-episode tea party, etc. too, so... Yeah. I'm pretty sleepy. Okay, I'm gonna... I think... Not quick save. Or not load. There you go. Aha. Okay. Whoa. Let me move over. Real quick. To the middle of the... Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I'm gonna get some sleep. Just wait until you get to Umineko. It's gonna be a long chain of streams. Yeah? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I hope you get a good night's rest. I will try to sleep. I hope you guys all try to sleep well too. Yes, good night, everyone. Sleep well.